Hello, good morning. How is everybody today? I am doing well. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. I did. It was nice. I don't know what else to say. I have had what will probably be my last couple of days alone for quite a while. Most people are surprised to find out that I'm actually a really hardcore introvert. I have just learned over time to have like better social and people skills. Um, but yeah, my husband is out of town and my son's not home. And so I have the house to myself and it has been lovely. I have read so much, it's ridiculous. But my husband gets back tomorrow, which is nice. I'm ready for him to come home. And my son gets back on Saturday. In the meantime, he is having the time of his life now in Tokyo. He's there for a couple of days and then he heads back to Seoul for a few days and then he comes home. And he has also picked up pens. Yes, yes. He even sent me pictures to make sure he was getting me the right one. I was like, you are such a good child. I love you. Anyway, I'm excited about today for totally different reasons, even though I'm like super tired. We had like quite a few storms last night repeatedly, and it stressed me out. And then I tried to go to bed, and then we had more storms, and now I'm just tired. But that's okay because today it's finally happening. I am rereading David Copperfield. I have a bookmark in here, but I haven't started it yet. I'm literally starting it in our first sprint. I can't wait. Except, admittedly, like the beginning of the book was not my favorite. Like I love the opening line, but the way the book opens, somehow I was super confused. I think now that I know the story, that won't be the case. So I'm expecting to like it better. So this is going to be the book that I'm focusing on to start the day. My goal today is to read 50 pages of this. Charles Dickens does read a little slower for me. So I'm expecting it's going to take me at least two sprints. And maybe since the first one's a little shorter, maybe even three sprints to completely finish those first 50 pages. We'll see. But I'm positive it's not going to take me all day unless I get phone calls and like crazy stuff happens during those sprints. So none of that. So I do have a backup book that I'm going to go to after I'm done with that, which is The Perfect Nine. I figured this would be the perfect book for the perfect day because it's a short one. It is actually a mythological reimagining told in epic like poem form. So I'm pretty sure it'll go quickly and I'm hoping it'll last me the rest of the day. We'll see. I'm getting a little blue because it's definitely going to be a cloudy day out today, but it's also supposed to be really cool out today. So I'm hoping we'll be able to just go and sit outside for the whole day because it's supposed to be overcast, but we're not supposed to have any more rain. And it's only going to be in the high 60s. So I think that'll be nice. Though I am so sorry because I know some of you are not having very nice weather at all and are having horrible, horrible heat. So I don't know. Hopefully a cool breeze will reach you through my camera somehow. I don't know, but I'm so sorry if you are in the middle of a nasty heat wave. Anyway, let me say hello and see what you guys are doing and what you're up to. And while I do that, let me also add my book. There we go. I was like, what am I even trying to do? And let me add our little timer to the screen. I always forget to like adjust things so that like I don't show up in a weird place when I do that. One of these days, I'll actually learn how to use this. But in the meantime, there we go. Okay. So, oh, and I didn't change, I did like fix the clock, but I didn't change it so that we'd start with 45 minutes. Let me do that. Like I said, one of these days, I'll like remember how to use all this and have it set to go. But that day will not be today. So, all right, there you go. Now we've got our first 45 minutes on the clock, but I still haven't said hello to you guys yet. Hello, Dina. How are you? Good morning to you. You'll be reading The Emperor of Gladness by Ocean Vuong and The End of Loneliness by Benedict Wells. Well, I hope you enjoy both of those. I've definitely heard of The Emperor of Gladness. I don't know if I've heard of the second book, but I hope they're both good reads for you. And good morning. And you've been debating whether to read The End of Loneliness. It sounds like it will make you sob. That would be reasons I would skip it, Anne. Hello, Viviana. How are you? Good morning. Still working your way through Storm of Swords. Nice. And Amy, good morning. How are you? Happy Monday. It's very rainy in upstate New York. Perfect for a great reading day. Yes, exactly. Yeah, mine's like the overcast, cool fall kind of day is what I'm hoping. And Britta, I know that is nowhere close to the weather you are having. I saw your book, was it a book haul yesterday? Anyway, I saw your video yesterday. And you're not sure what you'll do. It's too hot for anything. I know. Maybe just sit there and try and be cool. Rub ice on your forehead kind of situation, or hold it in your hands. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like that would be too hot to even want to hold the book, let alone turn the pages of it. Yes, you need the rain for sure, and the cool air and all the things. Good morning, Sue. How are you? I hope you're well. To start the morning, Amy's going to be working on writing an article for your Substack and also get a cup of tea. Tea sounds nice. I might have some of that later. And Mickey, good morning. Happy Monday to you. It's cold and rainy in southwestern Ontario. I know. Pens. Yay. Yeah, so I think in theory, he got me some Korean pens, though I think he also bought those in Japan. He showed me the picture of the bookstore that he walked into, and I was like, oh my gosh, like dreams. It was beautiful. And I have no idea which one. Cinders, hello. Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well also. I am. You've been starting to find your reading groove back. Yay! That is nice. That's exciting. I know. If we could only send Britta the better weather. And Kristen, he does. He understands the assignment. He finally figured it out. I'm like, yeah, just reach out. No need to hesitate. I think he also took the easy road, because I did tell him, like, in Japan, you will probably find that the stationery stores are a dime a dozen. Because in his defense, where he was going to school was very much considered like the boondocks, the like outer edge of Seoul. Like not really the outer edge, but like way out in the suburbs. So he's like, there's not as many like stores and that's kind of thing around him. And sure enough, I looked, the nearest stationery store was like an hour train ride away, which was nothing for him. He was used to doing that, but he could only do it on the weekend. Yes, I know. David Copperfield. Hey, Shauna, how are you? I hope you're doing well. What are you up to? What are you reading today? Kristen was thinking of me with last week's storms, and now they're just not stopping. I know. Like, who told the weather it was spring again? Like, no. Like, we're supposed spring, okay, we get used to it. But you can't just keep rolling through, like literally. Like that's not okay. And you can't make it like a long evening event either. That's not okay. And I think you even had some of it worse than we did, because we had smaller patches of it. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. Cinders, you'll be rereading Pride and Prejudice for the third time. Nice. Are you doing that for, well, it's not quite Jane Austen July yet, but close enough. And Gina, good morning. You'll be finishing The Caretaker and Stillborn. Wonderful. Lauren, hello. You're back from your cruise. It was great. The weather was not the best, darn, and you hit some storms, so the ship was rocky. Oh, but you still had a good time. Good. Had a productive morning. Went and got blood work done, paid your bills, and just made your smoothie, and now you're ready to read for your last vacation day all day long. Lovely. Oh, I love that. That's such good planning that you gave yourself like that extra day back home. Kristen's going to read this first sprint before starting work and still trying to finish spring. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you only have, it's summer, Kristen. It's over. You have to move on. Is this the last one that you have, or no? You still have summer, right? Because I think you started in fall or autumn. Autumn is the book called Autumn. I don't. I totally don't remember now. You should be able to finish today. Good. Andrea, hello. Yay for David Copperfield reread. Audible has a free audiobook if you're a subscriber, which is good for immersive reading over the slower bits. So true. That is how I helped myself when I was getting into it for the first time. Because there are definitely a couple of like slower bits because it's a slice of life book. So like you have to be willing to just sit back and immerse yourself in random daily stuff that always has a purpose, but sometimes it's just a lot. But yeah, I should be able to get a free audiobook through my library if I decide to need that. And in fact, I'm tired enough today that I might need that. And I know it has been a while. You've been able to join sprints, so you're glad to be able to join today. Oh, it's been a while since you've been able to join sprints in general. And you're going to get some work done while listening to the audiobook of Chasing the Wild. Excellent. Glad to have you here. And yes, Britta said, thanks, Amy. Sophia, hello. How are you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you. And you're reading Count of Monte Cristo. Haven't picked up a book all week. So excited to read. Oh, that's always such a great feeling. You're experiencing strong winds and pleasant temperatures. I don't mind that combination. We had that on Saturday, maybe, where the high was maybe like high 70s, maybe low 80s, but then there was like a nice like wind tunnel through my backyard as there normally is, which made it even nicer. And hello, Alicia. How are you today? Denise, good morning. You got your copy of David's Copperfield. Won't start until July 1st when TAR is over. That totally makes sense. We'll be doing a few chores and drinking your coffee during the first sprint. Mickey, you wish it was hot and humid where you live. Otherwise, a cold summer makes an even colder winter so depressing. Oh, I've never thought of that. That would be true. But you're in the minority. Yeah. Hope everyone is staying warm and cool and whatever makes you happy. Yes, exactly. And you're expecting rain all day and thunderstorms this afternoon. You're probably getting the weather I had. Really enjoying land. Oh, yeah, the prose is beautiful. I could imagine so. And Diana, good morning. How are you? I hope you're well. On the bright side, you've already done the dishes. Yay! Were you splashing yourself with the water as you did it? Like I would have been like, we're starting with hot water and then draining and we're rinsing with freezing cold water because I might rinse myself. That would be me. When you lived in Asia to beat the heat, you took hot and then super cold showers and then lots of ice cold water and very little moving. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember at one point when I lived in Cleveland, Ohio, we didn't have an air conditioned apartment and a lot of people would get like window units, but we were just there for the summer for my husband's internship. And I was like, I don't want to buy an air conditioning unit just for the summer. And it's usually not that hot there. And we had like good cross breeze, that kind of thing. We had one night though, where it was so stupidly hot. We literally spent the entire night jumping up and down and getting in and out of cold shower. Like we'd just wait as long as we could. Then we'd get up and take a cold shower. And then we'd like literally just get back in bed and let the water evaporate. It was so hot. And good morning, Agatha. Wet gray morning, planning to walk before the sun breaks through. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I'll probably walk at some point, but it's not supposed to get hot at all today. In fact, I don't even think the sun's supposed to break through. So I think I'll probably hold off. I don't know how humid it is, though. Because if it's not too humid outside, I'm going to open the windows. And Alicia is reading Agnes Aubert's Mystical Cat Shelter. Fun. And you miss the days of shopping for pens. Oh, you never saved money when you worked and lived there. I could see that. It would be so hard. And Britta said, thank you to Mickey. And Alicia, you're supposed to get massive, oh, you're supposed to get massive thunderstorms. Oh, no. Well, stay safe for all of you who are getting the massive thunderstorms. You're trying to figure out how to make a storygraph challenge. You have never read Jane Austen's unfinished works, and you want to give that a try. Ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah, are you trying to do um like a community reading challenge or just like a buddy read or that kind of thing? I think you have to go to the community page to do the challenges. Or maybe it's a challenge page. I don't remember. I haven't done it in a while. Kristen, you've had several where you're supposed to be right in the worst parts, but then the storms went north or south. Maybe you still reading Spring is what's keeping the storms. Yeah, finish the book, Kristen. You'll finish with summer. Not sure if you'll do it this year or next, but you did finally just buy it. Okay. Hello, Chris. Sending an early AM message. Yes, you are. And then returning to sleep. I hope so for you. Britta, maybe you'll read along with David. Yeah, do it. And please not thanks, Britta. We need to help each other during the tough times, for sure. David Copperfield is also free on LibriVox. Haven't listened, so not sure about the narration. Yeah, and I found it on both what is it, Libby and Hoopla, if you have those, if your library has those apps. And heart to Mickey. Hoping Britta gets a cold weather front coming her way. Yeah, the temperatures are so bad right now where you are. Hello, honey. How are you? You finally have a Monday off. Yay. I hope you're well also. Good temperature. Rinsing with water. Yeah, every time you do the dishes, little for you, little for me. Oh my gosh. Even if your hands are in the cold water, I'm sure it would help. Cinders, do you have a forest fire warning in your area? Oh no. Yes, I hope you get rain also. Lauren, you're supposed to get 90% rain at 3 or 4 o'clock, so it stays nice. You might go to the pool for a little while and read your book by the pool. If not, you'll just be hanging out. Sounds good. And hello, Amelia. How are you? I hope you're okay. And are you getting the hot weather as well? I'm not sure like how widespread that 100 degrees is or how close you are to Britta. I mean, I know in Germany you can only be so far from one another, but you know what I mean. And Amy, since Jane Austen's July has been mentioned, you're embarrassed to say you've never read any Jane Austen books. Where do you recommend you start? I would start with Emma. That would be my recommendation because most people tend to like Emma. Just be warned that Emma's going to feel different than some of her other works, particularly Pride and Prejudice. But I think Emma is the one that is like feels most familiar to people. Amelia, you just came home from running errands and you need a cold shower. Yeah, okay. So it is hot where you are. Kristen read all of Jane Austen's finished novels last year for the first time. Oh, you personally start with Pride and Prejudice, but you also agree Emma or Sense and Sensibility could be good starts too. Yeah. And then all three of those, you also get to watch some great movies. Agatha with the film Pride and Prejudice featuring Keira Knightley, and then read Pride and Prejudice. Oh, not with Keira Knightley. Come on. What about Colin Firth? Honey, it'll be in the 30s from tomorrow in England, which is very hot for you. Not looking forward to it at all. Oh, stay cool. Oh, you can give 31 degrees. No. You've only read Pride and Prejudice, and it's really good for you, at least. Yeah. Can anyone correct Andrea if she's wrong? But does it seem likely that Dickens would use the word gender, a person of either gender? You think he would have written sex? Anyone? I don't know, but he doesn't tend to be like translated or anything like that, or have people edit him. Why? What are you reading? I guess would be my question, that you're questioning whether or not that's what he wrote. You would start with Pride and Prejudice or Emma. Yeah, that's where a lot of people start. Your favorite Jane Austen is Persuasion. It's been that way since you were 10. Oh, I love that. And you love the old Pride and Prejudice series. Yeah, I know. It just goes on forever. Anyway, okay, that's the last comment I can see for now, though I'm sure you guys are still typing. But let's get into our first sprint because I want to start David Copperfield. Oh, I'm so excited. Except my wrist has been hurting me. That happens sometimes. I get tendonitis in it very easily, and holding a heavy book's not going to help. So maybe I'll start here on my desk. And hello, Crochet Bima. You agree with starting with Emma, and Cinders, your native language is not English, so you read it in first in Swedish. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I see your point then. Yeah, if you're reading it translated, you're right. He would probably, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. It's the first paragraph of David Copperfield. Oh, well, then I can tell you right now. Let me open my book. The first paragraph, the one where he's born. March. I don't even see that word at all. Yeah, I don't see gender or sex. Oh, nope. To all unlucky infants of either gender. He does say gender. There we go. Feel safe. Amelia in the weather forecast says it will stay hot for the rest of June. Not that hot though, right? I hope not. That would be horrible. Your favorite is Persuasion, Diana, and the video starring Rupert Penny-Jones. Nice. Isn't it great that for like every Jane Austen novel, it's like, and this one is my favorite adaptation. You can't do that with every book, though I can do that with David Copperfield. I do have a favorite. And I'm hoping in July to do something special with that favorite. Anyway, yeah, let's start reading. I forgot what I was going to say. I've got my tabs. I've got a special notebook just to write my notes about David Copperfield, and I'm excited to get going. So let's start with our first 45 minutes. I will talk with you guys some more when we get back. Happy sprinting, happy reading or working or coffee drinking or whatever you're doing, and I will see you in 45. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? I hope your sprint went well so far, that you have had a good start to the morning. Let me know what you did, what you got up to. I did indeed start David Copperfield and spent the entire time reading it. And I'm reminded of a few things right off the bat. One, how much I enjoy Charles Dickens' humor, particularly in this book. Two, how well I think he writes, just like that idea of like the first thing you can remember as a child, and remembering things in childhood and looking back at them as an adult and realizing you understood nothing. You were just able to observe. That's the chapter I'm on, which is chapter 2, Observe. Um, and yeah, and that also, I think he starts his books really slowly, and that I always feel like, why are you telling me this? Where is this going? And is your entire book going to be this slow? And usually the answer is no. But I feel like he takes a long, slow walk to the plot of his novels. And there's no doubt that that happens in David Copperfield, but I still enjoy it because I like the stupid little things that he talks about. In the opening, I made it to page 24, so about halfway to my daily goal, which is exactly what I thought, because indeed it does take me longer to read Charles Dickens. There's just so much to read, and the font is a little bit smaller. But yeah, he just uses so many words. I just can't read it as quickly as I would something else. But I'm looking forward to continuing. I'm going to see if maybe we can move outside. It's 64 degrees, so it'll definitely be cool, and I'll probably need a sweater. But I'm hoping, like, my only hesitation is that it might be really humid. I guess I could actually like look and see that information. I have my weather app right here. It's not like it's hidden to me. Um, okay, it feels like it's going to be 71. So feels warmer than the actual temperature, which is not a bad thing, but it is pretty humid. In fact, the relative humidity is 64, which is what it currently is. So it's going to feel damp. So we'll see how that works. I don't want to bring my computer out while it's too damp. Um, did I finish my coffee? No. Wow, I really need to reheat that or ice it or something. Oh my gosh. One of the things that I did this weekend that was so nice, I walked down to the local coffee shop, and they always have lots of fun like latte flavors and stuff. And so like every few months I'll do that just for fun. And they had funnel cake, a funnel cake latte. So it was like salted caramel latte flavor with, I don't remember what the, like they had some other little thing mixed in with it. And then they served it with cold foam, with cupcake, frosted cupcake flavored cold foam. That was a decadent dessert. I had it with lunch. Diana, your favorite is Persuasion. That's right. Cinders, you're rereading it this time in English. It's your third language and you studied it at university. Nice. Sounds challenging, but a good way to go. 2004. Okay, it's the version of Persuasion that you like. Sounds good. Rupert Penny Jones, Swoon from Andrea. May sound crazy, but put a bowl of ice in front of a fan. That is such a good point, Anne. That does actually work really well, surprisingly well. Um, yeah, Anne is absolutely right about that, Britta. I forgot about that trick. That hot and hotter, getting warmer every day until you reach 38 and 39 next weekend. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no kidding, going to the North Pole. Diana bought David Copperfield in the Audible, narrated by Richard Armitage. You might have listened to it a few times. I hope in a good way. Britta's going to join you, Amelia. North Pole Adventure. Good morning, Coffee and Create. How are you? I hope you're well. What are you up to today? You got up at 5:30 this morning to try and get some quiet editing time. Okay, well, that's fair. Didn't get much done. Darn, those doggies. Oh, but puppies just lay down for a nap. Oh, I mean, hopefully you got some good puppy snuggles. I'm reading David Copperfield for the second time. I'm already like back to enjoying the humor. Viviana, you need more sleep and will return later. Sounds good. I hope you sleep well. Lisa, good morning. You're reading Home by Julie Andrews. Ooh, I think I've heard of that one by her. And we'll be starting The House of Silk by Anthony Horowitz. Nice. The dishes are washed. Good job, Anne. Now you need to figure out what you're going to make for dinner. Oh, what am I going to make for dinner? I should probably defrost something for dinner. Salsa chicken and rice or chicken with veggies? Ooh, do chicken and veggies. That sounds good. Yay! Britta started David Copperfield too. Fun times. Sue had breakfast, gave the cats their kibble, listened to the hacienda, and started your daily jigsaw puzzle. It's a cowboy's silhouette and the sunset. It looks like it's done in colored pencil. That's fun. I like the way that sounds. Denise took a shower, unloading the dishwasher. We'll hang out for one more sprint and chat and heading to Greenfield Village at noon. Have fun on your trip. And Cinder's listened to 2 chapters and an old comfort read, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. You usually re-listen to those books once a year. A sweater. You just turned the AC on. I know. We're all having completely different weather. Completely different weather. Alicia made it to chapter 8 in that sprint, and it started a load of laundry, and you need another cup of coffee before the second sprint. Sounds good. Next sprint, Cinder's going to go to Pride and Prejudice. Britta had some lemon ice cream. Ooh, that sounds delicious. And Kristen read 50 pages of Spring, probably 2 sprints to finish, but you're off to get some work done. Fair, fair, fair. You also love listening to audiobooks and coloring in your journals and coloring books. Yep. So jealous that I'm reading David Copperfield. You'd join you, but you have too many books on the go already. We'll watch the newest adaptation soon. Oh, you've never seen it? I love the newest adaptation. I could see why it frustrates some people who are like originalist, but like, I don't know. I just feel like I got what the director was doing. Like, I feel like he gives you the sense of what reading David Copperfield feels like. Like, he didn't just literally interpret it. He was like, this is like your experience and your thought as a reader of reading David Copperfield. I feel like that's what that movie is, more than like, here's what it says on the page. And I just loved it because he and I clearly had the same experience, or at least whoever wrote that script, I had the same reading experience as I did. Amelia showered and sat down with an iced matcha latte, will not move much anymore the rest of the day. That's totally fair. And I'm happy that you're able to do that. Cinder started learning English when you were 9 years old, and now you're 46. You use English every day, and it's your work language. It's nearly as strong as a third native language. Well, that makes a lot of sense. So it's good that you're able to do that. And you loved Greenfield Village. Oh. Your languages are Swedish, Finnish, and English. That's awesome. That's so awesome. I wish I was competent in even one other language. And it really should be Spanish at this point. And it's not too late to learn. And I really need to figure out the best way to learn. I should probably just start with Duolingo, because really, like, getting the sentence structure would come back to me pretty quickly. So it's really just the vocabulary and the use that I need to get used to. And I have someone who sleeps next to me who would happily speak to me in Spanish and does in his sleep. So I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. Actually, that's not true. At this point, I've heard so much Spanish over the course of my life that 9 times out of 10, I do know the gist of what he's saying, which has made it even more funny. You got lost in the research for your article, got ready for the day, and finally made your cup of tea. And oops, Cinders was lucky you adopted bilingual parents. Yes, that helps. And Kristen, on day 720 of your Duolingo Spanish journey, definitely not becoming fluent, but it's a good refresher. Yeah, and that's what I need. I need a refresher. I have heard like you are not going to become fluent by using Duolingo, but it will help you in your fluency. The temperature is 83. The heat index is 92. You're trying to learn Arabic. Your son-in-law speaks fluent Arabic because he's Egyptian, and your daughter also speaks fluent Arabic. Nice. newest DC adaptation done with Dev Patel. Yes, it is, and it is so good. Especially if you have read David Copperfield and you like it because it is quirky and weird. He like pulls it all out so well, so well. I just love that whole movie, and it has Hugh Lowry in it. I'm trying to change our timer, and like the struggle is real, so that I can get an hour on the clock for us. Okay, there we go. Yeah, have you seen it, Britta? If not, you need to see it. Going to pick up the biography of X for the next sprint. Really enjoying it. Nice. You love Dev Patel. You really have to watch that adaptation. You do. You do. If you have read David Copperfield, like I don't know that that adaptation is one that would make sense if you haven't watched the book. So if people are like, "Oh, I haven't read the book. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to." I would not point them to that adaptation because in that adaptation, I feel like are so many inside jokes that watching it, I feel like you'd be like, what the heck? What the heck just happened? But I feel like that's also sometimes the experience of reading the book. Anyway, we're going to go into our next sprint. I'm going to start by cleaning up dinner, cleaning up breakfast. I'm going to check outside and maybe move us out there and start working on my chores for the day, which are going to include doing the laundry on my son's bed, like doing his bedding rather, because I need to start refreshing his room for his return. And then most of my cleaning today is going to be cleaning the kitchen. So that is the plan. And you have read it. Okay. I think you'll love it. Good morning, Sam. How are you? Oh no, I'm sorry you have a sore throat. I hope you feel better soon. And hello to Amelia. And yeah, Amelia was saying the same, Sam. She also hopes you feel better. All right, let's jump into that first sprint. I will talk to you all in a bit. Happy sprinting. And hopefully, when I next come back, I'll see you outside. Or you'll see me outside. Hello and welcome back. Welcome outside. Welcome to the noisy birds in the bush doing who knows what. But of course, they'll quiet down now because I'm talking. Anyway, I'm outside. It is cool. I'm probably going to get myself a sweater while at the start of the sprint. That's what I was going to say. I'm going to move you a little closer too. I feel like you're really far away from me. Yeah, I am enjoying David Copperfield. I am now on page 44. I just have 6 more pages to read, which I will do when I sit back down to read. But I'm going to probably move the laundry to the dryer. Today's goal was just to wash the bedding in my son's room, so that will be done, or just his sheets, really. And then I'm going to start working on cleaning my kitchen. I think I might get myself a little cup of tea and a snack because that kind of sounds nice, and keep going. So, yeah, that's my plans. It is indeed humid outside, but because it's so cool, it's not like a hot humid. It's actually probably keeping it feeling warmer than it actually is, but it's also making everything feel really damp, including the pages of my books, which I don't mind with David Copperfield. I bought this edition used and it's pretty worn, and this is not my nice copy of the book. This is my like write in it and that kind of thing. So if I end up with like slightly crinkly, noisy pages by the end, I'm not going to be mad about it. This bookmark, I'm not sure how well that's going to hold up. It's definitely the thing out here that is absorbing the most liquid right now for reasons I don't even totally understand. But yeah, I am enjoying it so far and looking forward to continuing. So let's see what we have going on. I have no idea why the birds are making so much noise. In fact, one of the birds isn't even a bird, it's a squirrel making a lot of noise. They must see something they're not happy about. Sam's listening to the last couple of chapters in Unkindness of Ghost. Nice. And Am's finally going to get dressed. Sounds good. Crochet Mima absolutely loves the adaptation with Maggie Smith. She was such a perfect Aunt Betsy. You'll be interested to see if the new one can match that performance. I really enjoy both, but I have to say, I just love everything that the new one does. And I think, I mean, Betsy and Dick in the new one are like my favorite pairing of the two of them. So I think that also makes me like the Betsy in the new one. I don't know. It's so hard to say. Yes, Britta was saying feel better to Sam. Hello, Jay. You missed the opening. You were out in the garden while it's still cool, reading Resistance History by Ted Stommer. You have quibbles. Oh no. What kind? Let us know in case we have those quibbles. I'm also going to lower this. I feel like you guys are really high up. If you listen to Stommer, you know he's a Debbie Downer. Oh, so that tone carries into his writing. But your actual quibble is no bibliography, no suggested reading, and no index. That's a real fail for something that's supposed to be a history book. Yeah, that's kind of surprising. Kind of surprising, to say the least. Absolutely love the newest David Copperfield interpretation too. Genius. I also think so. Like, to me, even if you don't agree with all the choices, I feel like it's something that you have to agree that someone did a very close reading of the book and or read and reread and reread the book. Mother Goose, you took a stab at learning Arabic. Good luck. Your motivation is probably stronger than Jay's was. Okay, settled for history of the area instead. Sounds good. You're better than Mickey is, Jay. Mickey would have DNF'd if you didn't see anything proving research was done. I get that. And then I let you guys know we were moving outside, and here we are. And took Greek as an undergraduate. It was difficult because you have to learn a new alphabet, and Latin was easier. I could see that. It's always tricky to learn a new alphabet. Jay was saying to Mickey, as he's a professor of resistance history, you'll assume he's done his research. You just think he's made some wrong assumptions about what readers want, and you value his perspective too. That's fair. Yeah, it also just seems like lazy on the part of a professor because that's something you usually would have done, and so why not reference it? or it might have been a publishing decision. Hello, Jen. Good morning. How are you? You're just joining. You're reading the Second in the Shadow children's series by Margaret Peterson Haddix and doing some laundry from your weekend of travel. Nice. Sounds good. Hope you get your laundry done. Hope you had a good travel. A professor to you, that's worse. Right. That's what I feel like, Mickey. Like, then that means you've done the research, which again makes me wonder if maybe that's a publisher choice. Because like he's done the research, he has the references, unless this is like a culmination of work that he was doing, in which case then it really was laziness because it's like, oh, I don't want to go back and find the research that I did to get that information. But then you have research assistants who do that. Cinder's going to be hopping off the sprints at least for a while. Have fun. Sounds good. Hope you enjoy your day too. Sam finished your book. Yay. Oh, but 3.5 stars. Okay, well, that's not bad, but it's not great. The size of the spacecraft seemed both Texas-sized and something someone could sprint through within an hour. That's a little weird. That is a little weird. As you said, you appreciate his perspective. You never thought that Salem witch trials as resistance to a theocratic government before. That's interesting. That is interesting. The people persecuted by the trials maintained their truth in the face of government abuse. Yeah. So glad to hear that you're enjoying David Copperfield. You've never read it. Oh, I think you'd like it, Mickey. I really like it. If you like a coming of age story, it's really good. It's fun, but then very deep at moments, and the characters are just crazy. No, I've been wanting to reread it. Sorry, I thought there was like a small animal right here, but it wasn't. It was a large plant. Anyway, I've been wanting to reread it for a while, and I just haven't. And this just seemed like the good year to finally do it. And yeah. So I'm happy to be rereading it, which is very rare for me. I almost never reread books unless it's been like 20 years. Hello, Catherine. How are you? You're in the process of moving. Oh, well, happy move. It is fun with 3 cats. I'm doubting that. Loving the sarcasm. Listening to Into the Open Bright. Sounds good. Sue tried to take a nap, but that didn't work. Bummer. Read a little, and now you're back to your puzzle. Yay. Kristen just unsuspended your David Copperfield audiobook hold. Probably try to start in the next week. Sounds good. Dina, you're enjoying The Emperor of Gladness. You can definitely tell the author is a poet. That's what I have heard. I have heard that you can tell by the writing that he's a poet for sure. Amelia started listening to Oblomov yesterday evening and saw I rated it 5 stars. I did. It took a turn. Like just know, partway through the book, it goes in a totally different direction. But I really liked what happened at that part. And I really liked the book as a whole. So I hope you enjoy it, Amelia. Hello, Agatha. Is it your Patreon that's reading David Copperfield? I don't have a Patreon. I just have channel memberships on YouTube. But yes, that is what it's for. It's the channel member book club pick for the month of June and July. So we're discussing it at the end of July. Is there a place for non-members to see what the reading schedule looks like? There is no reading schedule. So I just leave it open-ended to everybody. Basically, we are just reading this book from the end of all of June, and our discussion is typically the last weekend of the next month. So I think it'll still be the last weekend of July. We'll be talking about David Copperfield. So basically, the goal is just to finish the book by the last weekend of July. And unless what you're asking about is the schedule for all the books that we're reading for the rest of the year, in which case there is a video that I released in December that I talked about what all the book club choices were for the year. If I can find that link during the next break, I will put it in the chat. Kristen just got started on your work, but already ready to get back to reading. You're also going to the Ed Sheeran concert. Oh, so you're listening to the set list to get you in the concert mode. Nice. Enjoy. Love his voice. Jay, okay, David Copperfield just keeps reminding you of the comics. Yeah, DC Comics. Oh, hang on. Let me just pause this while I get to the bottom of the comments. Amy started listening to the Red Notebook, had tea and snack, currently writing your journal and updating your calendar, and looked up some audiobook versions of Jane Austen's books. Nice. Denise started listening to Old Man and the Sea. Will join sprints again later when you get back home. Sounds good. I might put down my umbrella because it's totally unnecessary. Um, and it's very windy. J Resistance History, you could see it being a publisher choice. You can also see it being laziness on Stomer's part. It comes across as incredibly smug. A good point about the publisher. You feel like he could get into a lot of legal problems in Canada regarding plagiarism. And interesting to note, it could be laziness. Yeah, that is a good point. Put it on your TBR. Yeah, at least try it out for sure. He's not in Canada, but his book could be published there. So, like, like printed there. Like, they might not carry it because of that reason. The only thing I will say about David Copperfield is because I do think Charles Dickens opens his books slowly, I would get to at least page 100 in the book, which is only 10% of the book for the most part, or pretty close to that. I would make sure you get to page 100 before you decide whether or not to DNF. And I would read those first 100 pages or listen to them as close together as possible. Like I wouldn't drag them out over the course of a week or anything like that. And went outside to put the patio furniture and cushions in the shed because the forecasted storms are getting worse. And you think he's currently teaching in the Netherlands. Catherine-year-old Lady Cat is chill. The other two are going a little crazy, I bet. You didn't assume that, but just thought that it wouldn't fly for an academic in Canada. Yeah, probably not. Denise loves Greenfield Village too. Have an annual membership for many years, and you've been taking your granddaughters since they were little. They're all teens now. That's fun. You also got confused for a second with DC Comics. Agatha found the 2026 book picks video. Okay, you're very welcome. Glad you found it. Kristen, so fun. Have great memories of going there as a child. Should try again. And hello, Cypher just popped in. We'll be continuing June's pick for your book club so that you're ready for your host to host on your discussion this Saturday. We'll probably be doing an audiobook so you can get some cleaning done. Awesome. Sounds great. I'm Marvel. Not that you asked. Definitely have to give David Copperfield time to get into. Yes, for sure. You don't read any. Oh, no. What about you, Jay? DC or Marvel? I mean, I like them both, but overall, Marvel. Okay, we're going to go into our next sprint. And I'm going to go and clean, and I'm going to put my umbrella down, and I'm going to do a couple of other things. And then I'm going to come back and read my little heart out. And I hope you guys have fun doing that as well. So I will see you in an hour. Happy sprinting.
Hello. I was about to say welcome back, but welcome. I don't know. Anyway, how is your sprint going? I'm all like brightly lit now because I took my umbrella down because it's so windy. And I don't know how much longer we'll stay out here. It's not raining and it's not supposed to, but it is windy enough that you get like those little sprinklings of water off the tree. So we'll see how that goes. I finished my 50 pages of David Copperfield for the day, and I'm still really enjoying that, though there are so many heartbreaking things at the um, beginning of the book, but thankfully we have the Peggities to rely on and return to over and over again. I just love that family and their whole life. But I am now working on the perfect nine, and I have to say that I'm about this far of the way into the book, maybe a third. It's gonna read quickly, like even just in the 20 minutes or whatever that I had, um, I read quite a bit, uh, probably like 40 pages, because it's in verse. And this is also a much smaller book. This is not trade paperback size. This is probably mass market size. But anyway, I'm already really enjoying this book. I did start reading it a little bit last night, right before I went to bed. And I just love some of the ideas that he shares in here, the way they speak to one another. The writing is beautiful in here. And yeah, and the structure of it is way different than I thought it was going to be, but I'm really liking how he's putting it together. It definitely has that epic poetry type of feel. I feel like this has been my year of epic poems in terms of having read the Odyssey, or was that at the last year? I don't know. This year has been so long. But anyway, the Odyssey, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and now the Perfect Nine, which, if you don't know the story of the Perfect Nine, it is basically a feminine reimagining of the origins of Kenya. So Kenya has 9 or 10 different clans, and they have their own origin story. But part of the origin story, I believe, starts with 10 suitors showing up at the door of this family to marry their 9 or 10 beautiful daughters, 10 daughters that make the perfect nine. And the reason that the 10 of them make a perfect nine is absolutely beautiful. Um, but anyway, that is, as far as I know, the origin story. But then the author of this book, whose name I believe is pronounced Nagoja Watyongo, he um, woke up one morning after having dreamt and thought about, how did those 10 end up at the door? Like, why was it 10? And so he ended up writing this whole book that talks about what happened before they got to the door. And I'm loving it. It's so good, it's so interesting, it addresses so many things. Yeah, I'm just enjoying it, and I hope I finish it today. It seems like something that would be perfect to read in a day, and I think I'm going to be able to do that. So let's see what you guys were doing, what you got up to. Let me see here. Oh yeah, we were talking about DC versus Marvel. Mickey's going to take some recommendations. Jay says probably Marvel, they tend towards smaller presses. And Mickey said, thanks, noted. Not that you read a lot of comics, just have a glancing familiarity. Yeah, I don't read the comics. My husband reads comics, but like in terms of like the characters and all the stories that he shares with me, as well as the movies and the TV shows and all that, I just tend to find that I like the Marvel characters and their humor better than DC comics. Uh, you neither, but still glad to know what others think. DC has Wonder Woman franchise, so there's that. That's true. My husband is probably more of a DC comic person in terms of humor. He likes them both. Sue finished your puzzle during the chat, listening to Hopeless by Elsie Silver. Nice. And Aries, hello. Got to work early. Nice. It's unbearably hot. Oh no, you're having the hot weather too, of course. Just wanted to make it home and hide from the sun. I bet you did. Mickey, okay, Wonder Woman is where you'll try and start then. Yeah. And Jay, you went looking up a volume of Wonder Woman you'd seen with absolutely gorgeous artwork and discovered Wonder Woman Historia Absolute. And now you're down $100, but it's so gorgeous. Oh my gosh, enjoy. Britta washed your hair, missed the chat. Did you do it in practically cold water? I'm sure that just feels good at any level. Jay, it was the first volume you'd seen a couple years back and almost got it then, and now it's a 3-volume bind up and you're done. Well, at least you'll get to enjoy for a while. Mickey also found a book called The Secret History of Wonder Woman by Jill Lepore, which is now on your TBR. Fun. Sue, good afternoon. How are you doing? You had got allergy shots. Okay. Have a little over 100 pages left in North and South. Fun. Nothing like a random side quest. Yes, you can be DC girlies now. Oh my gosh, it was not on your 2026 plans. Weird. And hello, Lauren. How are you? Good afternoon. You're working today, but taking yourself on a picnic lunch at a nearby park, and we'll continue reading Workhorse. That sounds like a fun way to like break up the workday. I hope you enjoy yourself. Aries picked up the third Expanse novel from the library. I'm trying to get my husband to read the first one this summer because I know he'll like it and he will not have time during the school year. Amy, you don't know where that hour went. You had to make some calls and did a few miscellaneous chores and made your lunch. Amelia made it to 50% and have to think about dinner. Anna, hello. Joined in the last sprint. Love hearing the birds in the background. Currently reading The Year of Magical Thinking. Ooh, how are you liking that? I want to give Joan Didion a try. So if anybody has recommendations on where to start, please let me know. Sam just starting The Children by Melissa Albert. Ooh, that one looked fascinating. Not, I think, up my alley, but it looked tempting. Let me know how you like it, Sam. You're nibbling lunch and then jumping back in during the next sprint. Sounds good. Hey, Sarah, how are you? This is a book you would love to reread. You feel like you were not ready for it when you read it initially. I'm assuming you're talking about The Perfect Nine, right? I could see that. I picked it up a couple years ago, and I now regret not reading it then, not because I wasn't ready, but I thought I'd use it for my family book club. But the reason I regret waiting is because at the time it was easy to get a hold of the audiobook. Now it's not. And I'm wondering if it's an an Audible exclusive? And if I had credit for it at the time. Because now I'm like, why can I not find it anywhere? And the audiobook of this is so good. Like, I listened to chapter 1 and I was like, oh no, I need to listen to this on 1 time speed, slowly, multiple times. So I might have to buy the audiobook, to be honest. Cypher listened to 30 minutes of your audiobook, ended up going with another since you think you'd prefer to tandem read Don't Let the Force Go In. Okay, got a lot of baseboards cleaned. Oh, baseboards, those are a slog. So satisfying when they're clean, but such a slog to clean them. Like, somebody needs to come up with like a baseboard tool, that you can like hold on a stick and just rub along your baseboard and would actually clean them. That would be a miracle device. Okay, The Perfect Nine. Okay. Cinders, hello, you're back. That wasn't long that you were gone. Aries is going to live off salad and bread this week. Just the thought of turning on the oven. Oh my gosh, yeah. Makes it almost burst into flames. I bet. There's no way in that weather you can turn the oven on. Diana decided to read the rest of her reader's guide to In Search of Lost Time. You're at the part of the guide to the characters. You read the Watchmen graphic novel. Nice. Yes, I think it is North and South that she's reading, Diana. Sue, that question was for you. Britta was saying for Joan Didion, start with Play It As It Lays. Okay, for fiction, and White Album for nonfiction. Thank you, Britta. And I was thinking about starting with Play It As It Lays for fiction, because that did sound like it would be up my alley. So good to know I was on the right track. But I was on the wrong track for nonfiction, so I will switch to White Album. And Diana said yes. Sorry, if I looked over there, it was because I heard a noise, which I'm hoping was a garbage can and not thunder. Either way, I'm going to move us inside on the next sprint because I'm definitely getting sprinkled every time the trees blow hard or the wind blows hard. And you love Gaskell's books. You have the John Jakes trilogy for North and South, which you have yet to read. Right, that's I always forget about that. That's historical fiction. And let me just pause this real quick while I read this last comment. You were gone a while. Oh, okay, you called your mom your aunt. Oh, because you probably left in the middle of the sprint. So I was probably like not thinking about that. Oops. And Britta was saying Joan Didion's memoirs are also good but heavy. Oh, both are grief memoirs. Okay, that's really good to know because yeah, I'm one memoirs don't always work for me. I don't mind them, but I just don't tend to find them that gripping. And grief memoirs are a whole nother animal. You read those a long time ago. Yes. Okay, that is the last comment I can see for now. We're gonna go back into sprints and we're gonna go back inside. I'm going to leave the windows open and we'll be next to the window. So we'll probably still get bird song. I just won't get sprinkled every time the wind blows. But I'm glad that we were able to come out for a little bit and I'm enjoying having all the windows in the house open. I might feel differently about that tonight when my house is cold, but I like to sleep in the cold, so maybe it'll work out. And I was saying I picked up The Year of Magical Thinking a couple of years ago, mainly because it's about grief. Didn't get around to it at the time. Currently just 40 pages in, but liking it. Oh, I get it. The Year of Magical Thinking. Got it. Completely forgot you had an appointment. No, but you managed to listen to the third of the Cursed Stars and visit the library quickly while you were out. Okay, good. But bummer about the appointment. I do that, and it's never fun because then it's like an unexpected appointment. Anyway, on with our timer, on to our next sprint. Happy reading. I'll see you guys in an hour. We'll chat again.
Hello and welcome back. How did your sprint go? Mine went really well. I moved us inside so that I would stop getting sprinkled on because that was making it colder than it really was. And I'm continuing to read The Perfect Nine. I have made it to page 146. As I suspected, it's reading really fast. I read about 70 pages in whatever time I had left after we moved indoors, and I will probably finish it in the next sprint. Um, but I, this book is exciting and beautiful and well told and has so many deep and subtle messages and then beautiful like lines and passages and stories that it's just enjoyable. But I'm definitely at like the Odyssey adventure part of the story that is reminding me of the Odyssey, like the boat ride home on the Odyssey. It's also reminding me a bit of the Princess Bride and like fairy tales in general, like Jack and the Beanstalk and things like that. Because I got to the section called, oh, not that one, because that one's a bit more serious. It was the one before that. I'm sorry. Take a moment to read this. Oh my gosh. It was more profound than you think, but it was also kind of funny because how could that not be? So I'm just going to leave it at that. But I did want to read you the opening to this because this book has one of the most amazing, epic sounding openings. And this is how the book opens in the prologue. It says, I will tell the tale of Gakuyo and Mumbi and the daughters, the perfect nine, matriarchs of the House of Mumbi, founders of their 9 clans, progenitors of a nation. So good. So good. And it's definitely living up to my hopes and dreams and thoughts. Anyway, let me know what you did during this sprint, what you got up to. I think I'm almost done cleaning the kitchen. I just need to finish. I need to like sweep up the stuff I piled on the floor. Not piled. It sounds like I have a huge pile of like dust on my floor. But I need to clean up my sweepings and then mop the kitchen floor, and I will be done with that. And I'm almost done with the laundry. So I'm making good progress on my cleaning. And now I'm wondering if I want to move on to maybe cleaning the laundry room since that's attached. And in fact, if I clean the laundry room, I can mop both floors rather at the same time. So that's probably also what I'll do today. Aries was saying, not that familiar with sci-fi subgenres. You're trying to find more books like The Expanse. Okay, space opera. That's what you're going to want to look for is like space opera recommendations. I don't know any because that's like one of my lesser favorite ones, but I know there are other things that people have compared to The Expanse. And Britt is still reading David Copperfield, 50 pages in. Love the humor. Absolutely. It's because it's just so funny and then charming at the same time and sad and heartbreaking and moving and lovely the way he retells, like has David retell his childhood. And after the easy way to clean the shower with a mop you figured out, you guess the baseboards are next. Yeah, that's what I'm definitely hoping. Alicia, hello. How are you doing? Working on your reading journal set up for the second half of the year. Finished lunch, and then we'll be either decluttering or playing Mario Kart with the kids. Fun. I hope you're having a great time. Hey, Jim, how are you? In your 20s, you overslept after studying for night school and was hours late for your job at Hardee's. When you got there, the manager offered a scrub brush and a smile. Oh. Oh, scrub all the baseboards? Oh, man. Took a while to realize you were learning a lesson you'd never forget. Great manager. He managed at 2 different restaurants. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Like, if you want to work here, maybe show up on time. And if not, you're going to get the grunt jobs. That's one way to do it. Holly, hello. How are you? You finished your Lonesome Dove, or German, you finished your Lonesome Dove buddy read. Fun. So grateful to have met her here and have to say that the books app Fable is a great place to buddy read. I've heard really good things about Fable. I have not tried it out myself. Do other people also use Fable? Do they like it? Is it worth it? Because I've heard it is good for buddy reads and for like group reads, but I also feel like it's just one more app to have to do things on. So that's my only hesitation. Holly resisted adding yet another app. Well, see, there you go. But it made it fun. Ooh, that's so tempting, Holly. I might have to give it a try. And it just started raining with thunder and lightning in the past couple of minutes. It has gotten really dark. Oh no. Now you're reading Pet Cemetery and finishing The Prophets for Pride Month. Nice. Sam got to page 52 of the children, liking it so far. Would you say it's scary, gruesome? I know it's supposed to be horror, but like where in the horror and how scary horror? You keep drifting in and out of naps, sore throat, migrated to a tiny headache. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, make sure to check your temperature too, Sam. Cypher continued with your audiobook and got some more cleaning done, but decided to take a little break to cool off. That sounds good. And this is our long break, so you guys do have a little extra time compared to normal. Naomi, hello. How are you? You joined at the end of that sprint, planning to be here for the long haul today. Excellent. Glad to have you here for that long. And Ria, hello. You've been watching the Argentina-Austria game instead of reading. Well, you're definitely not alone in doing that. Brennan, hello. Reading Heated Rivalry. Ooh, chapter 11. Nice. Sue was saying to Anne, expecting bad storms here in Central Pennsylvania. Yeah, they're going around. Jay ate lunch, read some in Outlaw Planet, questioned your life choices. The usual. Of course, yeah. Forgot I switched from David Copperfield. It was like Princess Bride. You don't remember that chapter in David Copperfield where he goes up the beanstalk? I just meant in terms of ogres. But yeah, for the perfect nine, not for David Copperfield. Sarah's just been working on planning out your week, so now you're feeling more capable of getting everything done. Yay. That's always important. I feel like anything could happen until I plan out my week, and not in a good way. Gina, hello. Just finished The Caretaker. Ooh, how'd you like that one? Seems like a lot of people really enjoyed it. Amy did a little bit of cleaning in your bedroom and bathroom as you listened to the Red Notebook. And Sue worked on your reading journal. Nice. Kristen ate lunch and made good progress on your work list, but have a lot on it. Oh. Amy needs to fold some laundry. It's almost time for me to do that. Haven't read The Expanse, but if you listen to the audio, you recommend Scalzi's The Collapsing Empire, narrated by Will Wheaton. Great space opera. Ooh, there you go. And Teresa, hello. How are you? My reading is going really well. I'm enjoying it. You're having a hard time picking your July books. Oh, Are you participating in any particular readathons? I would recommend this book. This is short. If you want something short on there, I'm really liking it. Cleaning baseboards is a thing. Yeah, I know, right? Depends. Not in your house. Yeah. I mean, the vacuum helps sometimes, but honestly, nothing works as well as just actually rubbing them with a cloth. Sam, haven't gotten to anything scary. You were expecting fantastical elements, but haven't gotten there yet either. Oh, that's rather surprising. I would have expected more the fantastical than scary as well, but okay, let me know how that goes. What's the difference to the buddy read feature on Storygraph? Because that works great for me. Yeah, that's what I have been wondering as well, Amelia. I mean, it seems like people do like the buddy read on Fable a lot, but then I feel like it's also like, I don't know that I've found any videos or anything where anybody really explains what it's like. I'll have to look around for that. And it's being really still. Hopefully one of the cats doesn't figure it out. And hello, Leah Thamone. Fable isn't awesome as the app goes. The interface is gorgeous, and it definitely makes tackling your statistics easier. Oh, that's good to know. You love your reading selections. You've always wanted to read Noguchi Pyongo. You're inspiring me. You definitely should. I don't know if this is the best place to start with him. This is my first book that I've read, but I do think it's very approachable. And like, even though it's technically poetry, it's definitely epic poetry. It's not written in rhyme, it's just in verse. And so that makes it go by really quickly, but it's a really gripping and interesting story. And I like it because it's a different storytelling style than you tend to get out of like, your Western literature classics. It's very different epic poetry than Greek and Roman epics. So I like that. Not in your house either. I mean, not in my house right now either. So, and Sue, once the storm cell passes, you should be good until about 5. Nice. And Leah was saying, or is it Alethea? I'm not sure where to split your name, so do let me know if you'd like. Anywho, you've been reading Breathe In, Bleed Out. Oh, it's a yoga retreat slasher. Oh no, you're a yoga. This is the best slasher you've read in years. You can already envision an adaptation. I mean, it's a good way to get out like the parts that annoy you, right? I love that. Sam, you like the Storygraph buddy reading feature like Amelia. Yeah. And Jay also spent some time envisioning Michelle Obama as Wonder Woman. That would be really cool. I could also see Angela Bassett pulling off a really fierce Wonder Woman. See, the storms might be bad until 10 p.m. But so far you haven't gotten any rain. Well, I hope you both, don't have them as bad and that they go away quickly. Gee, hello. How are you? You're on a work trip and missed last week. Finished Lonesome Dove with Holly. Katie. Yeah, she was telling us earlier that you guys finished. And she said that you guys used Fable and really enjoyed it. So, yeah, I really need to try it out at some point. I'm tempted to try it out right now, but I don't know. Like, so tricky. Because I feel like if I tried it out, then I just want to move everything over to Fable, but I don't know that I want to do that either. You're reading Life and Fate. Ooh, how are you liking that? You're dabbling in some fantasy audiobooks. Nice. Kristen's not used either a ton, but in your experience, Fable is prettier and functions a little bit smoother. But you also really like Storygraph and are more likely to use it since that's where you track. That's what I feel like as well, because I don't know that I'd want to move my tracking over to Fable. And I feel like doing that just for a buddy read would be annoying. But then again, I use Voxer for buddy reads sometimes, and that doesn't bother me. So maybe that would work. I don't know. And I do like the fact that one of the additions that Storygraph added this year is that you can change how you see your list of books so that you can actually, instead of just having it an infinity list, that you can now have like 20 books or 40 books per page and have page numbers at the bottom so you can click through quicker. I think that was like one of the best upgrades they could have possibly made. Now I just wish they would freeze the bottom of the page that has the page numbers so that you could, or put the page numbers at the top, so you don't have to scroll past the 20 to see the page numbers and flip to a different page. But that's a minor issue. You still need to wrap up your final thoughts to respond on Fable. Needed a few days to recover from the ending. Fair. Michelle brings the fight, yes. And your forecast is until tomorrow morning. You just don't like it if it wakes you up. Same. I hate waking up to a thunderstorm. You have enough problems sleeping without that. Also the same. Kristen, you do like book clubs function more on Fable, but you're less likely to engage in bigger book clubs than planning buddy reads. Yeah, because I've thought about moving the book club over to Fable, like to give us an app to be able to discuss out of. But then at the same time, I'm also like, and then that's just one more thing to have to do in life. So if you're a channel member and you want to give me feedback about that, feel free. I do plan on mentioning it in our next meeting. You still use Goodreads. Okay, Boomer. Oh my gosh. No, I get it. I went back and forth about Goodreads, but in fact, Goodreads for me seemed really difficult to set up and really inconvenient to change things around. That and, we have issues in our house with certain companies for good reasons. All right, let me pause this real quickly, get to the end of the comments, and we'll go back in. Holly, the only thing about Fable is the cat pictures. Everyone has a cat. It's a bit much. That is kind of weird. You track on Goodreads still Storygraph you love supporting, but feel lonely there. Aww. Aww. Yeah, the community feel on Storygraph I think is different, but I don't really engage in the community much there. So you may get rain in the morning. Did you hop on shortly after her? You did. Probably use the Fable for buddy reads was fun. Okay, I might have to check it out then. You've convinced me you're adding the perfect 9 to be read next. Ooh, great. Let me know how you like it, Lisa. Britta, no, break free of your digital overlord. Oh, it's the ogre in her life. Kristen never got to the main feed on Fable, so you just checked it. So many cats. That is so hilarious. So funny. The cats love Fable. Okay, fair. Sam, Britta, you keep your good reads going because your sister's there and you're more faithful to Storygraph for tracking. I know. I hear you. I hear you, Britta. Actually, Storygraph makes it pretty easy to import your Goodreads stuff, and it doesn't mess things up too much. So, because that was a big thing for me, I was like, "Am I gonna have to type this in?" You don't. You import it in, which is nice. Because having to backfill all that would be a pain in the butt. But it's not perfect, and I did have to fix it. But that was years ago, so it may be even closer to perfect now, if that's something you care about. Anyway, let's go back into our next sprint. I'm going to go and clean my laundry room, I guess. Then I can clean the floors in both my rooms at the same time. I'm going to do that for a few minutes, and then I'm going to come back and hopefully finish the perfect 9. And maybe we will drag into one of everybody reads. There you go. All right. I will see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. You can hear the cardinal in the background. Hello, welcome back. How did your sprint go? Mine went really well. It is already 3 o'clock where I am, and I finished my book. I finished The Perfect Nine, and it was so good. Um, I was right that this would have been a really good book club read for my family, but we ended up ending our book club before we ever got to it. And I'm glad that I finally just forced myself to get back to this book. I really enjoyed it. It is definitely something I see myself rereading. There are quotes in here that I just want to take and like put up on my wall, embroider into pillows, and make posters out of. I don't know. Like I want I want some of the lines from this book in places where like I can think about them and repeat them to myself often and tell them to my children and that kind of thing. And this is definitely a story that is meant to be told and retold. Like I definitely see the narrative feel and as it's described at the back, how it has become the lore of the Gakuyo, how is it pronounced? Gakuyo people. Um, and what an amazing lore to have. What an amazing tradition to be able to share these stories and pass them on. But I feel like they're so deep and rich in the telling, and the life lessons are so great that you could really share them with anyone. And yeah, I will be sharing them with people, whether they want to hear them or not. I have, oh, you're definitely not going to be able to see the tabs on this because they're white. So let's see if I can make them show up somehow. Okay, maybe if I open the flap, you can kind of see. My not easy to see white tabs. That just happened to be what I had. And now my next step that I'm going to do is to fill out all my little thoughts in my somewhat matching little notebook, so that I can store these together on the bookshelf and keep my thoughts and mainly my favorite lines and quotes and moments in the book in here. So yeah, I'm going to be doing that. I also have another book that I need to write up my reviews on so I don't forget about that before I go and film like my next reading wrap up and that kind of jazz. And next, if I move on to reading anything else today, it will probably be the comic that I have. Um, but I might save that until later this evening. I think I'm going to focus on getting all my thoughts out of these books. I also need to write up my notes that I have on my on David Copperfield. I need to check in with a buddy reader. I need to finish up what I'm cleaning, which is mainly just my floors at this point. So I have a couple of different things. So I'm thinking my next sprint, it's going to be like a all work, no play kind of sprint, though it's going to be playing because I like taking notes on books. So I'm going to be focusing on doing that. I'm probably going to pile up all the things that I need to take notes on so I don't forget about all of those. And yeah, good times are in my future. So that is my plan for the next sprint. Let's see how your sprint went for you guys and what you plan on doing next. And Kristen was saying, gee, please. Yes. And that was to dragging it into one of your buddy reads. Do I clean the dryer vent? Fortunately, the what is it called? The air duct people who do our air duct maintenance in the spring and fall, if I mention it to them, they'll clean the dryer vent as well. Like I clean out like the lint trap every time, but they'll actually clean out the tubing, which honestly on our house isn't very hard to do. Our dryer vent, like our washer and dryer is like right up against the external wall, and like it's this long a piece of tube. So honestly, other than the fact that they do it, they have a little thing that helps them do it from the outside, I could probably just move my dryer or even do it from the outside myself and literally just pull it out because that's how short the tubing is. Because it just happens to line up with where our dryer vent is. So it's very easy to clean. That's my point. But you should get it cleaned if you don't do it yourself. Gee, this month has been strange. You've only finished one book. You knew you were in a slump, but didn't think it was that bad. Oh, no, not the book slump. Try and find something fast paced. That's what usually helps me. but I hope you find something that helps G. Holly was saying to G, the one book you finished was 1,000 pages. Oh, well, yeah, I don't think that's reading slump. I think that's just a long book. You think that counts as 3? I agree, at least. Yeah, if not 4, possibly. So go easy on yourself there. Amelia there will be community updates this year coming onto Storygraph, but it was never designed to be a social app in the first place, and you don't miss people on Goodreads telling you what's wrong with your opinion. Oh yeah, no, I don't need that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean there is a community like area on the Storygraph, but I'm like you, like I'm not there to socialize as I leave my book reviews. So even if I was on Goodreads, I don't know that I would really be paying attention that much to other things that's going on. Holly was saying to Kristen, yes, please join us and anyone else you haven't figured out what to read next, but it won't involve cowboys for a while. That's fair. A group club on Fable is called Birds of a Feather. Oh, I love that. That's such a fun name for a group, a reading group especially. You agree, you like Storygraph because of the default being no social with options. You find it a lot easier to use and no company is pushing stuff you're not interested in. That's probably the big part. Like, just go and enjoy your book reviews. You're very successfully non-social on Goodreads. You just need to know how many books you read and you want to be able to create lots and lots of different shelves. That's all. You're easy to please. That makes sense to me. And you're locked into Goodreads and like it, though you're a journalist and Bezos is destroying Washington Post and pretty much exemplifies evil to you in many ways. Moral paradox for sure. As ridiculous cartoon character of a wife. Oh, don't get you started. Yeah, I don't even want to know more than that. It looks like the Claire and Son movie trailer was released. Ooh, is this Ishiguro's 3rd or 4th adaptation? Studios love him. That's a good question. It's at least his 3rd, and he has a book coming out later this year, next year, within the next year. I don't remember where I saw that, but I saw that recently. And hello, Talanda. You just joined in on the sprints. Reading this book made you think of you on Libby page. Hope you're doing well. I am. And today, hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. What book are you reading? Is that the book that made you think of me, or you mean this book over here? They just announced a severe thunderstorm watch until 9 p.m. Oh, bummer, Anne. You miss thunderstorms. I mean, I don't mind like a normal thunderstorm. I just don't like our thunderstorms because our thunderstorms are like thunderstorms that may secretly be hiding a tornado. Secretly, not secretly. Like it's rare that the two come separately. So it's like, is what I'm hearing thunder actually thunder, or is that the thundering of the tornado? Like, if it was just a thunderstorm, that would be fine. Cipher, more audiobooking, more baseboard cleaning. Only have the kitchen left to do, and then you're all finished. Excellent. You love thunderstorms, especially at night. I would too. Like I said, if there wasn't a thunderstorm attached, I'd be like, okay, fine. Talanda made it to chapter 7 of your book. Nice. Hello, Nikki. You took a 40-minute walk and listened to your audiobook, The Favorites by Lane Fargo. Very nice. I almost want to read The Favorites now. You know why? Because I was watching Mel Reed's on her video where she was saying she all of a sudden realized partway into the book that she thinks The Favorites is secretly, not so secretly, fan fiction of Wuthering Heights. And she's the only person I ever heard say that. But then as she described the reasons why she thinks that, I was like, that makes so much sense. Which makes me want to read it, but also makes me want to read it less. So I feel like I need to read the Wuthering Heights first, and then see if I want to do like a modern retelling of it with The Favorites. Holly, so glad you enjoyed the book. You adore African literature. Yeah, there's some really good books that, like, yeah. Amelia, 100% agree. Left Goodreads in 2001 because of Bezos, because of feeling ignored as a reader, and Goodreads because you wanted to support a Black-owned startup. No shame to anyone, though. Yeah. And Sam read 50 pages of The Children. It's eerie, and you're enjoying the ride. And yeah, I bet it's weird. I bet it's even weirder than I think it's going to be weird. Amelia's a big fan of the. Of course, you don't want anyone to get harmed. Right, exactly. Yeah, makes total sense. Dina, hello again. Just checked out the ebook of The Perfect Nine from your library. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Lady, hello. Gonna write a new story you've been working on this week. Nice. Hope that goes well. Sue fed the cats, ate lunch, listened to more of your audiobook. Angela tried Storygraph when it first came out, but kept forgetting to update. You were planning to do that in Goodreads. More recently, you tried Pagebound, and right after you transferred all your Goodread data. Oh, I can't find it. Also, TBRing The Perfect Nine. Yes, do you guys? It's so good. Oh, someone criticized one of your reviews for saying good book but 0 stars. You rarely leave stars on your reviews because giving less than 5 makes you anxious. Yeah, see, and it shouldn't be like that. You should be able to leave your honest opinion and not have to feel like people are going to flame you for it. You're more afraid of tornadoes than and such than of a regular thunderstorm. Yeah, me too. Me too. That's my whole thing. And since the two here can't seem to like detach themselves from being like, well, starting as a thunderstorm, but you never know. I'm like, yeah, no, it's okay. I'll pass. Don't mind the lack of stars if there's a review you can read. Your nosy self likes one or the other. Amelia, since you can't concentrate on because of the heat, the AC is running now. But no misunderstanding here. It's not a fancy built-in one you wish. It's a mobile one with a hose out the window. Hey, you know what? If it cools the air. Brennan read 2 chapters. Nikki, the favorites is so good. I know everybody seems to love it. Addicting is the best word you can use to describe it. You wish you had gotten one of those. I know, and they're probably sold out now, huh? Can't find a new Ishiguro book, but you do know Percival Everett has a new one in March. Okay. Yeah, I want to say the fall is what I remember hearing. So it might be the fall of next year, which might be why you're not like seeing any publication dates. Bought one last year. Oh, after thinking about it for years. Yeah, so you got it before there would have been a rush on them. Aries has 70 pages in A Day of Fallen Night. That book is over 800 pages long. Wow, you've made great progress. You're almost done. Honey took a tiny nap, started The Remains of the Day. Ooh, The Remains of the Day. That is such a good one. I think that's probably my favorite one by him rather. Anyway, that's the last comment I can see. I'm going to go into our sprints. I'm going to work on my floors. I'm going to switch laundry around. And then I'm going to come and sit for the remainder of time and work on catching up on all my book reviews and such. So I will see you guys and we will talk some more in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. Where did that hour go? It's my turn to say that. That went by so fast. Anyway, my sprint went really well. I have almost finished cleaning my laundry room and my kitchen. I just need to now mop the floors. I've finished the laundry, so that's good. And I am also almost done putting into my little notebook here my notes on the perfect nine. I've actually finished the note taking part. You can't see it, but I don't have a ton of tabs in there. And as I've gotten into the habit doing of going back and looking at my tabs, I also removed a few because I realized they were plot points or other things that, in looking back, I just wanted to reference a page number, but didn't need the entire thing tabbed. And then the last bit I'm doing is something that I don't necessarily always do, but want to do in this case, which is I am writing out some of my favorite passages from this book. And I realized that this would be the perfect book for somebody who is graduating from high school or college, or just anyone in general who is embarking on like a new adventure in life. Because one of the things he talks about in the very beginning and opening of the book, in the introduction, basically, is just how he really sees this epic as being a allegory for the journey of life, and just like how we start out and we leave home immature, and just how we can be when we come back, and what gives us hope on the journey, what causes us to give up and turn back, and those kinds of things, and just all sorts of encouragement for that. It's kind of like what is that book with the train? Not I think I can. The one that people always give at graduation. Um It's basically the I think I can book, but yeah, some of you probably know which one I'm referring to. I feel like it's the version of that, but instead of feeling like a children's story, it actually feels like an adult story. But it's also just an enjoyable story because it's an allegory. So if you don't want to read too deeply in it, you don't have to. But I feel like it's something that would just hold up so much to multiple rereads. Like in this one, I feel like I've just had time to read the book and understand the whole epic and everything that's going on. I think on a reread, the part that I would want to reread is when they run into ogres along the way, because the idea of being on a journey to life and that you're running into these huge insurmountable ogres who want to destroy you is so fitting. And yes, thank you, Em. It is Oh, the Places We Will Go. So that was the other one that I was thinking of. I feel like this is that, but on like a much deeper, cooler level. Like imagine you went from Dr. Seuss to like epic poetry, but the epic poetry feels legendary and not like high school epic, where you're like, oh, grown. Anyway, let's see how you guys did. Holly was saying Remains of the Day is one of your all-time favorite books. I know a lot of people love that. Honey, it's your first book by him. You suppose you potentially picked a good one. You did. I think a lot of people would agree with that. Anna's chat, and it said, is your girl's new book is Miss Lambert Steps Abroad. Or no, sorry, she steps aboard danger. I was like, how does she step abroad danger? I guess you could, but stepping aboard it makes more sense. Scheduled to be released in March of next year, same place and time as The Remains of the Day. Oh, was Miss Lambert the name of the head maid in the house, the housekeeper? Is that what she was? Huh. I'm just wondering if it's like a part two. Sue also loves thunderstorms. And hello, little prince. Happy Monday to you. Happy Pride to you as well. Your desperate need of sprints to help you clean. Okay. And some good audiobook recs if anyone's happy to share. Ooh, do you like nonfiction? I like nonfiction while I clean, because then if I like miss something because I clanked stuff together, I don't feel like, oh, now I've got to rewind the whole thing. Usually context can help me pick up. That said, what's some good nonfiction? I don't know. I can say this. If you can get this book on audiobook, it's a cool audiobook. So let us know. Amelia's trying to get your bedroom cool enough before bedtime. Oh, I'm so sorry. Lisa saw Mel Reed's video too. You think you're going to try the favorites at some point? You read Wuthering Heights a couple months ago. Yeah, I would definitely like at least try it sometime close to reading that and see if you agree with her. So you got to page 328. Teresa will be done with your June books by the end of the week and decided that you might as well start your Jane Austen July books a couple of days earlier. You're having trouble deciding which to read. You'll not be able to get to all of them, so need some help making up your mind up front. Should you reread Frankenstein, The Trumpet Major by Thomas Hardy, or The Romance of the Forest? Oh, Frankenstein. I haven't read The Trumpet Major, and I read The Romance of the Forest and liked everything but one part, but I love every part of Frankenstein. And I've reread it, and I like it just as much on a reread. Or The Convenient Marriage. Nope, I still say Frankenstein. Teresa, two of the books were written by authors of the same time period, and two were written about that time period. You also have a big nonfiction you will start, and I'm rereading Persuasion and The Watsons. Definitely go for Frankenstein. You think you know which one I will pick? Is that the one you thought I was going to pick? Catherine just got back from errands. Onto your next 3 boxes. Good job. See, Britta also votes for Frankenstein. Amy, you haven't checked in or read the last few sprints because you've been helping your daughter pack because she's moving out. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a big thing. Well, I hope it's going well. Packing can seem endless at times. Tolanda got to chapter 9 of your book, watched YouTube videos, got sidetracked. Hopefully we'll read more the next sprint. That sounds good. Cypher finished up cleaning, so now you're going to spend time with some friends. You're very welcome. Have a great time with your friends. You're now finishing up your article and resting. Okay, good. You're busy today. Teresa was saying, thank you. Your niece is in Germany right now and sounds like she will be very hot. Yeah, that is what it sounds like. Amelia, you're enjoying your book a lot, but the binding is an atrocity. You can barely open the book. Oh, no. Yeah, one of the, I'm trying to think what book it was. Oh, I picked up one book recently. I'm not reading it yet. And I had the same thing where I was like, why is this binding so stiff? Like, I get not everybody's going to do the floppy thing, but what? Sam switched books, got through 30 pages of Valley of the Dolls for a book club. Nice. Alicia ran an errand to Target to exchange a top and pick up a few other items. Now back to working on your reading journal before you start dinner. Sounds good. Yeah, no, it wasn't the little engine who could, but it was Oh, the Places We Will Go, which I swear has the same engine on it. Is it by the same person? Honey, 40 pages into your book, the narrator has a lovely way of telling anecdotes. Love that. Yeah, you love the cut of your agenda. Yes, and that was where I saw Oh, the Places We Will Go. Catherine finished Into the Open Bright and started Wild Seed. Ooh, I've heard really interesting things about Wild Seed, Catherine, so let me know what you end up thinking. Anna got to page 112 out of 227, heading to bed soon. You're very welcome. Have a great night. Sarah just finished all of your meetings. Yay! Now to your actual work. Oh, don't you just love when that happens? And Holly gave up 2 books. We'll return to them, but now on to Brotherless Night. Ooh, nice. Mia's going to switch to a digital book, a German one, not translated. Sounds good. Sam was saying to Holly, you're reading the dialogue in an old-timey Chicagoan accent, though it's set in New York City. Oh, that's interesting. Is a person from Chicago? Teresa was saying to Prince, you like, A Walk in the Woods. That would be a good audiobook. I second that, since you actually came up with a title. Aries, the sun just went down. You opened the bedroom window immediately in hopes it cools down at least a little. Crossing my fingers for you guys. That book has been on your shelf for such a long time. Which one? I'm so lost. You went to the forest. No, no, definitely not. Not amongst that combination of books. Like Frankenstein, I have very few complaints of. The Romance of the Forest, I would probably skip one section of the book because it drove me crazy. I think I still gave the book 5 stars, or I should have, but I might not have. Prometheus Unbound for the win. Nice. And Aries is going to finish a day of Gall night in the next sprint. It's technically past your bedtime, but it's way too hot to sleep. Oh, I know that feeling. Yeah. Well, hopefully you will be able to rest and get sleepy and get a breeze, if not cooler weather. All right, we're going to go into our next sprint. I am going to work on cleaning up. I'm going to finish writing stuff in my notebook, and then I got to move on to my 2 other books that I need to finish a review of, and the other one is David Copperfield, and I just need to write my notes in my notebook on that one. So that is what I am going to be doing. Oh no, Kristen, the video was paused. Oh no, still working, but hopefully just one more sprint. Ooh, yay. Okay, so hopefully this will be your last work sprint. Let's hope that is true for you, and I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting.
Hello and welcome back. How was your sprint? Mine was extremely productive. Not only did I finish up my quotes for the perfect nine, I realized I had basically finished the review. I was trying to finish up writing for another book, and I did write my notes from David Copperfield into my little notebook here that I'm using to go with it so that I can also shelve these together. And what else? Oh, and I updated Alex because we discuss the book club books as we read them. So then we know all our thoughts that we want to touch on. And the funny thing is, I already have tabs in this notebook. And I even had, what is it called? The little guide to my tabs, because at the time I did this, I was using multiple colors. So I know what they each stand for. But as I'm going back, I'm realizing that there are different things I want to tab this time. I am taking these tabs out, however. These are the plastic tabs that I have in here that are colorful, and they can potentially peel the print off of your book. So these are paper tabs. They're not as sticky, and it's funny because I know I've already tabbed the front more than I did the other time that I read it. But in all fairness, I know that when I went back and after I finished reading this book, I took out a lot of tabs, and I do that almost every time. I will usually only keep in the tabs that I feel like I'm actually going to want to go and look back at. So most of these tabs here are just the favorite moments and lines. And even now that I think about it, I could probably remove some of these purple tabs, but I'll probably wait to do that until I start reading tomorrow, because I'll just use them and shift them to later in the book. Because right now, these purple tabs are also representing the things that I want to mention to my buddy reader, not just the things that I want to look back at in my book. My notebook is for keeping track of like everything that I tabbed and my thoughts on it. But by the time I've written notes on it, I kind of know whether or not I actually want to tab that, because this is my second read, I might actually go back and underline the passages that I'm referring to, because in here I'm putting like the page number but not the quote and just my thoughts on it. So I'll probably take my pencil and underline the quotes so that it's easier for me to find when I turn to the page, and my tabs will just be the things that I know I'm going to want to read and reread and reread. So I might do that in the next sprint, is remove some of those tabs that I don't need to reference back to. But that is it with that for now. So I'm going to actually move on to the last thing that I plan on reading today. I don't know if I'll finish this. I think it's going to depend on how heavy it is and how long it takes me to go through it. But I plan on working on my Nat Turner project, which is growing instead of shrinking, but that's fine. And the next thing I'm going to read for that is going to be this comic by Kyle Baker. So this is basically recounting the event with Nat Turner. How does he describe it? It's described as the story of Nat Turner and his slave rebellion, which happened on August 21st, 1831 in Southampton County, Virginia. And this is a comic with no words in it. It's all just picture panels. And I say no words and literally turn to a page with words on it. But what I mean by no words is on the comic strips, there are no words. I want to say, oh, well, that's not true either, because now I just turned to a page. There's clearly pictures. Okay. I don't know who told me that, but somewhere I had read that it has no words. And I'm like, no, there's definitely words in here. So there are words that I'm guessing are probably in the boxes, are walking us through what's happening in the rebellion, with the occasional words in the comic panels themselves. We'll see. Anyway, so we'll see how that goes. I don't know if I'm going to get through it today. That's not necessarily my goal, but because it's going to be a lot of visual looking and not as much writing, and I'm also familiar with the rebellion, I think I will probably read through this relatively quickly. certainly, I think I will be able to spend the rest of the night working my way through this. I don't want to rush it because I do want to give myself time and mental space to be able to absorb it. So I've talked a lot. Let me go back and get through the comments so that hopefully we can make them through them all in the last few minutes of the break. Um, right, A Day of Fallen Night. That was my bad. I did at one point think that's what you were talking about, and then I suddenly couldn't remember what it was called. Yeah, autocorrect. Amelia gets it. That's why I put it. I wondered. I was like, I don't think that's right. Where did I find the little notebooks? The little tiny notebooks you can find in stores somewhere, but I have found when I was on the Indie book crawl, I was intentionally looking for small notebooks, and one of the like pop-up vendors happened to have a stack of these, and they were pretty cheap. I think they worked out to like $1.10 per notebook. This is about like an A, not an A5, an A6 size, so pretty small. Like if this is a trade paperback, this is smaller than mass market. So I got them because I had been looking at small notebooks and I knew that like $1 and change was a really good price. And it came with like 10 of them or something like that. And then I was like, I can color coordinate. They call it a heat dome, which sounds like a fancy event. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Wow. I hope you get some heat cooling concave. I don't know, but I hope it cools down for you soon. Jim, have not read them, but have seen the Lost Fleet series by Jack Campbell, or wanted to know if Aries had military sci-fi. If you have an interest, that might work. This is your first time, Faith Jones. So welcome. And hopefully what we're doing here makes sense. I did explain it. But basically, yeah, we read, work, write, do whatever we need to do during the time the sprinter's going. When the bell goes off, we come hang out and chat for a little bit. And you're very welcome. I'm not the only one who does it. You can look up reading sprints or productivity sprints or both. And those are usually referring to people doing the same thing. So there's almost always someone doing something like that. But mine are in silence during the sprint. That's not always true for everybody. Some people play music. Some people like chat as they work. And thank you, Britta. You're like always my hype person. Hey, Courtney, how are you? How's your day been? And Anne, your daughter just got home and said, Nana, you don't know what we're having for dinner, but it smells delicious. You did this salsa chicken and rice. Yum, yum, yum. It does sound good. Bedroom is 19 degrees, so it's good night. Good night. I'm glad you got it cooler. Aries finished A Day of Fallen Night, now heading to bed. Good night to you as well. And a good night from Sam to Amelia. Good night, Britta. You're very welcome. And Honey got to page 80 in the remains of the day. Can't quite pinpoint what it is about this book that's making you enjoy it so much. I felt like that too, but I did enjoy it. Sam was saying to Anne, that sounds good. You ate tuna fish wraps. That sounds good too. You found a book of crock pot recipes. Fun. Sam used washi tape to tab your books, often pre-tack on your clothes so they stick to the paper. Just enough. That makes sense. Yeah, where you do that. Pull it off a little bit. Talonda got to chapter 11. Great. Amy did some picture book research for an upcoming article for your Substack. Awesome. Brotherless Night is pretty boring. Oh, it won the Women's Prize and others, so you will keep going. Okay, hopefully it gets better. Does it get better, Anne? Let us know. Anne loved it, so maybe she knows. Valley of the Dolls, haven't heard that title for a while, right, Diana? That's the first book you couldn't put down. I actually bought the book after work and stayed up all night reading it. I remember going through it pretty quickly, too. Does it pick up, Anne? She finds it's dry. Okay, it does pick up. Yay! But she's been tabbing the mess out of Life and Fate. Oh, yeah, I probably will as well. And Sam's liking it so far. And hello, Dee Dee. You'd call it an oven. Oh, how far is like the whole heat wave going? Like how much of Europe is it covering? Sam also loved Brotherless Night. It broke your heart. You see the movie with Sharon
Sorry, just pausing the timer real quick. Sharon Tate. A Valley of the Dolls. Is that the one we're talking about? Salsa chicken and rice sounds good. Food sounds good. No, not yet, says Sam. Love the little notebooks. It's the Pantone, you know, the one that does like the color of the year. Because like each of the notebooks is a different Pantone color. So this one is Navigate, or there's the color number. Weather does look rough for Europe Wednesday and Thursday. At least you have central air where you are. How do you escape that? Oh, washi tape for tabbing is a good idea. Yeah, especially if you have a lot of washi tape, right? Mostly Western Europe. Okay. Well, I hope you all get cooler soon. Like, it doesn't sound like it's happening until maybe the end of the week, but cross my fingers for you guys. All right, let us get back into our sprints. Valley of Dolls, you think that was the only movie she made? Oh, interesting. I might have, I don't remember. Pretty much all of Europe, UK, Spain, France, Germany, Belgium, Netherlands, Italy, Greece. Oh, wow. That's pretty far reaching then. You're going to take a cold shower. I would be doing that. Cats love running off with the washi tape spools. I bet they do. And then knocking them around and be like, want to try and get it? It's their hockey puck. Anyway, okay, I'm really going to go into the next sprint now. I am going to go and probably start thinking about dinner and probably chop up some stuff or cook some veggies. And I think I'm going to do something pretty simple. And then I will see you all when I get back in an hour and we will chat some more. And hopefully by then I will have started my comic and I'll let you know how that's going. So looking forward to that. I'll talk to you in a bit. Happy sprinting. What is time? What is time? How does it work? And why is it going faster? Like, were, weren't we just sitting here seconds ago? Have I forgot to reset the timer to like an hour? Is it set to about 10 minutes? Because that's what that felt like. I know it's not because I cooked and ate dinner in that time, but I still don't understand where the time just went. Like that was pretty much all I did was cook dinner, eat dinner. I am working on, I was about to say the Confessions of Nat Turner. That's what it feels like. In fact, I could just make this screen different since I don't have a book to show you anymore. How about we do that? Oh, except maybe if I make the make the time bigger. Yeah, so we'll do that. But I am still working on the comic or graphic novel of Nat Turner by Kyle Baker. And I would say such a difficult read, but it's really such difficult visuals. Um, it's definitely a graphic novel in multiple senses of the word. It's not horribly graphic, which is saying a lot given that you're talking about a slave rebellion where the only way to rebel is by working your way through, if you will. Um, but the graphic imagery is really well done. Like I'm very impressed by his drawings and his illustrations and how much emotion and thought and insight he's able to get across on the page with few words. I did reread the opening, and it's a nearly wordless graphic novel. And I'm realizing that the block text, so you can see like there's text on this part, is Nat Turner's confession. So, starting from near the beginning of the book, going through it, you have his confessions, and then you have the comic panels, like sort of illustrating different things. But it starts with the illustrated panels. I also read the introduction to this as to why Kyle Baker decided to do this project, and why he decided initially to self-publish it, even though at the time that he wrote this, he was currently publishing comics and graphic novels through two of the major traditional graphic novel and publishers, so graphic novel publishers. So he had the option to probably traditionally publish this, but he opted not to. And I really liked the reasons that he opted not to, and they're not the reasons that I would have first come up with. So this is one of our longer breaks. So this is a great time to get up and do like those extra little things that you want to do. I will just be sitting here chatting for the whole time with you guys. So let me see what is going on and catch up on the comments. And maybe we'll get some live chat going too. G was saying to Dee Dee and Britta, may your body stay cool and reading not suffer too much. Amen. Dee Dee says, thanks. Your reading goes down the toilet when you're uncomfortable, right? I know. Naomi fell asleep, but you're back. Welcome back. I hope it was a good nap. And just heard thunder, waiting for everyone to wash up so you can have dinner. Sounds good. Kristen, your computer paused again. You missed the chat, but finally done working. Yay for being done working. And yeah, my computer will do that too. If I like, not every time, but just certain tabs. If I have a go to and check out, my computer will be like, oh, you must not want to see this video playing. And Sarah, have fun at yoga. I'm glad you're able to join again. Good to see you. And Jay took a nap, ran some errands in town, having a little snack while settling in to read before doggy dinner time. Nice. Are you hot ladies? If you can put your footsies in a pan of cool water, it'll help. Oh, for all the hot ladies. That sounds good. Talanda didn't read, watched YouTube videos, and made a can of soup for supper. Hope everyone did more reading than you did. Well, hey, you know what? Sometimes you just got to do what makes sense in the time. So after I'm done reading this, I'm probably just going to focus on doing other things around the house. And yeah, and I will probably finish this in the next sprint. this being this. And then do my write-up of thoughts, probably go back and look at a couple of particular panels. But I'm really liking his artwork. It reminds me of, I can't think of what it's called, but the Japanese art style where you're using like the brush and you like grind your ink on the ink stone. It's like similar brush technique that they use for calligraphy. But in this case, I'm thinking of how they use it in landscape paintings and that kind of thing. And there was a particular example that made me think of it. Oh, it's this one. So this one on this page here. Like just the way the brushwork is done on the tree and everything reminds me of that. Let's see. And your salsa chicken rice was a huge hit. Next time you'll get a medium instead of mild salsa. Okay, sounds good. It sounds delicious. It does sound delicious, doesn't it, Jay? Andrea went to bed up making a list for your trip to the city to visit your friend and daughter tomorrow, trying to stop packing books. There are plenty of books up in Perth. You do not need to take books. Oh my gosh. I totally know that feeling though, because it's like, well, what if I don't bring a book and then I want something to read and then I don't have it? Holly, girding yourself to start work in 20 minutes. You have your summer interns, which are always wonderful, but extra work. Okay, you can do it. It'll go well. Yay, first day of interns. Brotherless Night is holding more promise for you, and some of the sentences are amazing. We passed a smashed tea stall. It's awning a slumped shoulder. Ooh, very lyrical. And honey, that was definitely a quick hour. You got some chores done and listened to more of Cursed Daughters. Nice. I'm glad it's not just me thinking these hours are going by fast. Talanda got another chapter of your book done, got a lot done in that hour on chapter 12, or on to chapter 12 now. Amy's about halfway through the Red Notebook. Nice. Teresa listened to The Other Misses while working on dinner, butternut squash in the oven and cutting up a beet and apple salad. Yum, yum, yum. I'm actually thinking about having a beet and an apple because I have some beets and I have an apple, and I was like, those pair well together. What are you putting on your beet and apple salad? I also have some feta cheese. So like that literally may be my side dish for my deconstructed dinner that I'm working on here. Holly was saying yum. Good evening of a reading disposition. How are you doing? And Jay, really appreciate graphic novels like that Turner one. You have Footnotes in Gaza or Persepolis and Persepolis. Sumi painting. Yes, I think that is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. And it is. It's lovely artwork, which is saying a lot because some of it is very horrifying. What is being depicted, but it is well depicted. Kristen, your goal in the next sprint is to get to page 300 in spring, the home stretch. Yay, you can do it. Good. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I'm doing great. I'm having a good reading day. I hope you've had an awesome day and that hopefully you're not in the path of thunderstorms or heat domes and that the weather is, fair where you are. Sam watched some Instagram clips and had a slice of soda cake. Oh, is it the soda cake from the other day or did you make a new one? Man, that's what I need to get when I go to the store. I need to get some ingredients for a soda cake. That would be fun. Yeah. That sounds tasty. Tasty, tasty. Okay, I feel like I'm flying through stuff today. Let's see, what do I have left to do? I want to go for a walk, but it's a little wetter than I thought it was going to be. So I'll probably do my indoor leg and arm workout. I should do some eye therapy. I haven't done that in a while. And I need to schedule 2 appointments, which fortunately I can do both of those online. So that's probably what I'm going to be spending a decent amount of the rest of this evening doing. But I don't know if I should do this. This is how far I've made it in so far. So I don't read a lot of graphic novels, but I'm so obsessed with Nat Turner and that whole rebellion that I don't know. I kind of needed to get this one when I saw it. Oh, it's new cake, vanilla this week. And what was your soda that you used? What did you combine it? Okay, raw beet, celery, and apple with lemon juice, olive oil, teaspoon of sugar, and topped with walnuts. Ooh, the walnuts and the celery will be nice and crunchy. Yeah, I have some cooked and pre-peeled beets. And I'm thinking, and I just have a couple small ones. So I think I'm just going to chop those up with the apple and just call it a day. I don't even know if I'm going to put the feta cheese on it. Though I might check and see if I have pecans, because the idea of topped nuts on top does sound like an extra good crunch of a different kind. Jay made it to 69% in the Starling House audio while running errands. You hate the villains so much. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I love a good book that has good villains that you just can't help but hate. And I don't know why. I think because, like, when I think of David Copperfield, I think of all the things that I like and love about it. But one of the things that I did like and love was I hated the villain in this book. There's a couple of villains in this book. Like, he talks about who's going to be the hero of his life. That's a toss up. But if you also had to pick who was the villain, like, pick a scene. There's multiple. But there is one person in this book that was literally the creepiest, crawliest, couldn't stand him person in this book. And I mean, there were a lot of people in this book that I couldn't stand, but that one character just gave me the heebie-jeebies. Cream soda. It's your favorite combo with all the cakes. It enhances the vanilla-ness. I agree. Cream soda does do like a extra little something. So I could see that. So cream soda, I might have to try that. I don't think I've tried like the cream soda with just vanilla cake. But I really want to do a funfetti cake. And I'm trying to think what it is that I usually combine with the funfetti. I might just do a funfetti and Sprite cake. Cream soda and root beer for the win. Yes. Good flavors. I don't think I've tried a soda cake with root beer. What would be a good combination for that? Like root beer and vanilla cake, right? You could do that. That would give you kind of a vanilla float kind of thing. I like chocolate cake with cherry soda. You do get the funfetti occasionally. There's some other flavor that I like to combine with the funfetti, but I can't think what it is. Because I love funfetti cake. And yes, strawberry cake with cream soda would be really good. Strawberry cake with a strawberry soda if you can find it. Sarsaparilla with chocolate cake is really good. What would go well with ginger ale? Like a pumpkin cake, right? Like a pumpkin or spice cake with ginger ale. Would that actually work? You see, like, and it would have to be ginger ale, not Canada Dry, because I feel like Canada Dry would be too dry if you mixed it with the spice cake. Like, I would want mine to be more gingery instead of less. You can make a soda cake for your son's homecoming. That's a fun idea, Anne. Though he's sometimes hit or miss on desserts, but I bet he'd like a cake. Or maybe a poke cake. I think I made a poke cake once and he really liked that. Orange soda. Yes. Ginger ale and spice cake. You've done that one before? Yeah, that would be good. Pumpkin spice should be hitting the stores soon. I know, because it's almost July. Therefore, fall is right around the corner, and so is Thanksgiving and Christmas. I saw Christmas stuff at the store last summer, and it wasn't like Christmas in July. Like, they were literally trying to be like, start buying Christmas stuff. And it didn't last very long because I think people were like, no, we refuse. clear cola would be good for good like Ziva. Hmm. I don't know about that one. Like I don't know like that brand. And Pirate, you've never made a soda cake? You should be doing this. Yes. So if you don't know what a soda cake is, we talked about it last week too. But soda cake is literally where you buy a boxed cake mix and you buy just a normal size can of soda. Like some people will do diet soda so that it has like less stuff in it, but both work in my opinion. But a carbonated soda beverage and whatever flavor you think will pair well with your box cake mix, and you just mix the two together and you pour the batter in a cake pan and it makes a cake. And the flavors are amazing. And happy summer weed. Oh yeah, okay, the stevia soda. Okay. Mike's hard lemonade. Does that work, Jay? What do you combine that with? How's that taste? That sounds amazing. Okay, anyway, let's go back into the spirit while Jay explains to us what Mike's hard lemonade tastes like and what cake flavor we should be combining that with, because that sounds like a fun time. And yeah, I'm going to read some more of my book after I go and clean up my dinner. So I will see you all when we get back in, I was about to say 15 minutes. That's what it's going to feel like. We'll be back in an hour and we'll talk more then. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did your sprint go? I hope you had a fabulous time, got lots done, or got nothing done, depending on what you wanted. But I hope whatever you did, you enjoyed yourself during that sprint. I know I did. I cleaned up from my dinner like I was planning to, and then I did sit down and I finished the comic that I was reading or the graphic novel, depending on what site you look at, on Nat Turner, and it was really good and profound. Did I finish that in the sprint before that? Did I finish that in this one? I now feel like I'm repeating myself. Weird. Anyway, I did spend some time cleaning up stuff. I planned my day for tomorrow, or at least wrote down all the things that I need to work on, did a couple other things, lost my pen. Still can't figure out where that went. And pulled out the book that I am starting tomorrow because I know that most days my reading in David Copperfield is not going to take me all day. Um, and so I want to have another book that I'm working on at the same time. Um, at the same time, I know there probably will be a couple of days like coming up at the beginning of next week where David Copperfield may be the only book that I have a chance to read. So I'm trying to make the most of the few days that I have right now. I did have a banner up that then just disappeared, oddly enough. Oh, because it's on a timer. No, I didn't mean for it to have a timer. It says timer off, but then it's clearly on a timer. That's interesting. Oh, I do have it on a timer. This is so weird. I don't even understand how this works anymore. Anyway, oh, I see. Because there's layers of meaning here. Um, the whole point that you should know is that there will not be sprints next Monday. So I did want to give everybody a heads up about that. We do have one more sprint left for today, but I want to put this reminder up, this reminder here up, so that I don't forget to mention it. Of course, some of you have already gone to bed and are going to miss that, but I'll probably post something on my community page as well. So my son gets home on Saturday. Monday will be the first day that all the stores and whatnot are open back up. And I'm sure he's going to want to get out of the house and go around and do stuff for whatever like short period of time he's actually awake during normal hours. So I just want to make myself as much available to him next week as possible. Are the chances highly likely that he's going to want to do absolutely nothing next Monday? Yeah, that's a possibility. But I'll probably be tired from like mommying all weekend. So, being extra mom on the weekend, which he's going to be like, Mom, I've literally been around the world now. What are you doing? Oh, yes, we were talking about the Mike's Lemonade and Cake. We are all grown-ups here. I agree. And hello, Denise. You just got back home, got going to order some pizza and may not get any reading in. That's totally fine. Sam's like straight in the mouth. You do it with the lemon. Ooh, Mike's hard lemonade with lemon. I feel like that'll make it like kind of like a beer bread type of thing going on. You haven't done it, but now you want to. I wonder like if that'll work as well as a carbonated beverage. That would be my only concern. You wonder if the chocolate cake with a nice stout would work, right? That's where I was going. Like, try that one. Like chocolate cake and Guinness. Let me know if that works. No, like stout goes well with so many things, like pot roast, beef stew. Yeah. Yeah, we've talked about ginger beer, Anne, and putting that with spice cake mix. You were introduced to chocolate and stout at a spinner's retreat. That sounds about right. It's the carbonation, so beer would probably work. Okay, yeah. I was thinking more like the Mike's Lemonade. I feel like a stout definitely would, but I'm wondering like if Mike's Lemonade would have enough carbonation. The soda kicking again, I know. You were wondering about the flavor combo, Sue. Uh, no, you don't put eggs. It's literally just the cake mix, nothing else that it says on the back of the box, and a can of soda. But it has to be like your sort of regular cake mix. Like, I think if you get into vegan or super healthy ones, I don't know if it'll work the same. You thought about making one, but it's so hot in the house. Yeah, no turning on the oven to bake cakes. Bake it first thing in the morning and resist temptation all day or not. So it's going to be over there with like your stout chocolate cake at 10 a.m. in the morning with raisins in it. Ooh, you could do something like that. Yeah. Resisting all day would be torture. You think the flavor would be good? Baking really cuts the beer flavor. Yeah. So you would need stout if you wanted the flavor. That's what I was thinking too. Like stout would work even better than Mike Hard Lemonade because then you'd really get the flavor. And you sort of, I'm sort of in the dessert, and the house doesn't really cool off and no AC. Maybe ice cream. It's usually around 80 when you get up during the summer. Ooh, that's warm. And Courtney had to go. Quick walk, then dinner. Have a good rest of your day as well, Courtney. Thanks for stopping in. Jay's in New Mexico. Last week you put up some solar shades. I remember you saying that. I bet that helps so much, especially where you are. You don't need to turn on the AC until evening while you wait for the temps to drop. Yep. And you tried those a few years ago. They helped, but not enough. It just made the living room too dark. You had to run lights. Oh, you need lots of light or your anxiety goes through the roof. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So not a good option. There are some solar shades, but then they're even more expensive where it still feels pretty light, but they are going to block a lot of light no matter what. You're not sure you're talking about the same thing. The solar screens go on the outside of the window and still let light in. You can see through them. Yeah, but they can make it darker. They can be darker depending on the shades. There are ones that aren't like that, but they can. When the world is hot, there's only so much you can do to keep the house cool. Oh, you just had the film. Oh, no. If that is a real issue, Sue, solar screens, like they're like window screens. And like Jay said, they go on the outside. They're not the screens that are on the inside, though they can also prevent bugs from getting in. But they actually layer outside your window so that the sun's not even hitting your window with the same intensity. And they're not anywhere near as dark as the solar film. You did the film, but the screens have been better. The screens are way better. On page 339 for Sue, a little less than 100 pages left. Do check for them. Teresa, pork chops are ready, so you'll miss the chat. Hope to be back to say bye later. Sounds good. Mickey got busy at work, but finished at the end of the last sprint. Yay! Just finished your short story collection. Pink icing and other stories. Pink icing, back to that cake. Jay said, Sue, look them up online to get a better idea of what they are. There's lots of info. Yes. Hello, Migs. How are you doing? You've been lurking all day. Wasn't feeling totally well. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm happy you were still able to hang out. Same for everybody who might be lurking as well, and I hope you feel better, Meg. Talanda got to chapter 14. Not reading fast today. I have those days. I totally hear you there. And Sue's going to check it out. Awesome. Catherine, the wild seed is a bit wild. I have heard, Catherine. I have heard. You had to pause because you need to return and renew the book. Okay. You're listening to the Rag Picker King. Are you going to? But I think that's a good sign that you're renewing the book, right? You decided to keep going. I've heard it's wild. Denise ate dinner. We'll probably work on a puzzle or play a word game last sprint. Fun. Sam's really enjoying Valley of the Dolls. Lots of mink coats. Yep. Kristen got to page 310. Yay, you did it. Only 25 pages left. Oh, I didn't realize it was that close to the end. You thought it was more like 42. Okay. But just 25? Yeah, why not? Finish it today. Amy having a snack and almost done with your book. Also did some more writing. Very productive. Honey read more of Remains of the Day. Didn't expect it to make you feel sad. I know it does. Thanks for the heads up. Oh. And Jay, somebody else will have to do the stout chocolate cake. Oh, you can't do gluten. Oh, okay. I'll try that. You try the Mike's Hard Lemonade. Kristen, you haven't done a soda cake with stout, but your recipe does have cake. Guinness cake with Bailey's frosting. Oh, wow. I'm gonna have to look for that frosting. I'll try the. Oh, will I have time to try the stout cake? Probably not this week because I like the idea of making cake for my son, and I don't know if he'll like the stout one. Sorry for the confusion. You meant solar screens, not shades. Oh, yeah. I that's what I was thinking of was what you were talking about the whole time. I know it sounds amazing. And Mickey seconds Jay's comment to Kristen. You're going to try the chocolate Guinness cake and have the most amazing Irish cream liqueur from your partner's hometown in Cork, Ireland. Oh my gosh. It's delicious. You may not get to the pages tonight, but you'll see. You're about to watch some basketball. Oh yeah, nope. Spring will end tomorrow. I know Bailey's frosting. I have never seen this, but my husband really likes that, so I can see that in our future. Too bad Father's Day just passed, so now I don't have an excuse, but I'm gonna make it anyway. Oh, love real Irish cream. Yes. All right, we're going to go into what is our last sprint. And don't worry, I included a reminder on there for you guys as well about there not being any sprints next Monday. So if you missed that, I have the heads up for you. No sprints on June 29th, which is next Monday. But I will be back the week after that with a special guest. So you'll have to watch for that upload announcement, which I will be putting up tomorrow. So tomorrow you will probably see pop up a community post mentioning there's no sprints next week, as well as the thumbnail for the week after that. And you'll see who the special guest is. I'm excited. And we're going to do a little special something during some of the breaks. So it'll be a good time. And Amy's going to say good night. I will enjoy my time with my son. Thank you. Yeah, cake ideas for the 4th. Exactly. Good times. All right, let's go into our final sprint, one last hour, and then I'll come back. We'll chat one last time and say good night. I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting.